some optics design. I was going to use a program. I was going to find a program on the internet, but I decided. Well, I discovered a program on the web, like an interactive ray tracing program. And I thought, well, I'll just go ahead and use that. First, like, I didn't want to do it, but it's got some interesting tools, and you can even save your progress. So, that's what we're going to use. I'm going to listen to some chill out music. I want to talk a little bit about what I'm doing. And then I'm going to talk a little bit about what I would like to do, and I'd like to talk a little bit about what this thing is capable of doing. If there's one aspect of this program that I guarantee you it will not work, that's okay. I got ideas. Now I'm just setting up my stream here. Come on, give me my, where's my, Okay, I believe that's working. I'm having a little drink and a snack. So I found this program. I played around with it a little bit before there's some things in here that are actually a little bit above beyond my pay grade, but that's okay because we're going to learn it as we go. Let's go ahead and bring up the web page. Now, before I actually run the program, there's something I want to look up here. And I think I'm going to show you something. So the first thing I want to mention is when you shine light through a glass, it diffracts, right? It's got this red wave goes in, it kind of comes in at an angle, it cuts an angle less than the angle that it is using to go in. Then when it comes out, it kind of comes back, I guess, sort of like this top picture. Now there's actually a couple of things that are missing from this, and I learned about these things by watching videos and watching other people, you know, trying to explain what's going on. And so there's two things. If you look at like this picture here on the bottom, like this red ray would kind of keep on going, you know, like this one up at the top. But if you've got a mirror, then what happens is you've got a bunch, you know, I'm almost wondering if I should bring up MS Paint, because I think I'm going to need to. I wasn't really planning on it, but I can't even find a thing to bring it up with. I want to bring up MS Paint here because there's something I gotta show you. Actually, I'm gonna bring this bigger. I wonder. me see what happens if I bring up MS Paint on here. Nothing. Alright, I'm going to adjust this because I probably have to adjust it anyway. Maybe I don't actually. It's a little bit bigger, but I'm just using a section. So we've got MS Paint sitting in the middle here, and all we'll do is we'll use this red one, and we'll make actually let's use the dark one. And we're gonna make a rectangle. I'll put it right in the middle of the screen here like this. Make it really big. It's obtrusively big. And then in the back of this, we want to have a much thicker color with a different color. Like I want to show the back part of the mirror, which really didn't kind of show up very well. Let's do this again here. Oh, no wonder. It's supposed to have been a line, but. Alright, so this is a mirror, okay? And there's a couple of things happening. We're going to use a green line. No, actually, we use a yellow line. And we'll use probably maybe this color. And then we're going to go from here. Let's go from here over to here. And then we'll change the color a little bit. And then we're going to, this is going to diffract like so. The back part of this is the actual mirror. The part that's on the inside is actually glass. So we could actually change that to gray and probably fill it in. Let's see here. Right, like that. And then go back to the orange color. Well, the angles may not be perfect, okay? And the directions might even be off too, but it's just the idea. It's just, I'm giving you the idea about something, okay? So that's, it's not going to diffract this way. It's going to diffract back this way. It's going to look like the wave that came in. Let's put it that way, I guess. So we've got one line, which is a bunch of photons going in a straight line. They're coming in. They hit the surface of the mirror, all right? They hit the surface of the mirror, which is actually the glass. And let me make another circle here. That denotes the point source. So that's one of the rays. It hits the surface of the glass. It diffracts, hits the back part, which is the mirror, reflects off the mirror, and then comes out the glass again. So all this gray area is a solid piece of glass. Perfectly clear without any noise and holes in it and stuff. So what actually happens is that something else is happening here. If we change this to yellow again, then it actually should be black. And then we change the size of the line. This is one. Oops, shit, I didn't want that circle in there. I want a line. So not only do you have the diffracted wave getting reflected back from the part of the glass, but you've got a reflection of the source from off the surface of the glass coming out. Now, I can pretty much guarantee you that this simulation is not going to reflect that. That's okay. Because what I'm doing, the purpose of this is just basically to set the distances between the lenses. The mirrors, and kind of see how they work in the simulation, that kind of thing. I'm nibbling on a snack here. So there's actually 3 waves happening. Now the truth of the matter is you don't want the reflected wave, and if the light source has all kinds of options to go in any kind of direction, these waves are going to be all over the place. There's going to be interference patterns. I mean, it's just going to be a mess. So you can't use a regular glass mirror. You have to use what's called a front surface mirror so that you don't get these extra diffractions, and there's no way you could filter them out. I mean, you could. Or maybe we could actually explore that. Because it just so happens that in my initial setup, I'm actually going to have a set of front surface mirrors, they're pretty clear. They're clear enough to see a picture of my face and color and so on. And then alongside of that, I'm going to have 2 regular mirrors that go through the diffraction and all that kind of stuff. So with these mirrors, if they're not front surface mirrors, you're going to get all kinds of stuff. You won't be able to get any information. It's just too much noise. And part of the aspect of the initial designs is to eliminate noise. Find the noise, eliminate it, because in that first section that I call the light section, there's going to be a lot of chaos happening with the colors and everything. A lot of shit going on. There are going to be photons in there having a big old party. So the other thing that I learned about this, mind you, this is a piece of glass, and in the back is your mirror. If we were to take this point source right here and move it up to the center, perpendicular, nice arrow. Let's say we put the point source up here. We'll change the color. Let's change it to brown, let's say. I'll put the point source right here. Actually, it should be a number 3, I think. I don't know about that. Probably number 2 would have been better. What color is that? It's supposed to be brown. No, I guess it is. It's not brown. We'll get a donut red in a minute here. There we go. Alright, so we got this. And we've got a line, one of the point sources. You got all the point sources going in all directions, but you've got one of them is exactly perpendicular to the mirror. And it's kind of going in this direction and so on and so forth. And when it goes through the mirror, it may or may not diffract. I honestly really don't know. I don't know what happens when it goes through the mirror if it's perpendicular. It may go through and just bounce straight back. But what happens is let's say this is a red color, and it goes through straight through like this. Okay, we'll put an arrow there. And then we'll put a light green color. And it bounces straight back off the mirror. Now, whether or not it gets diffracted coming out of the glass, that's a good question. But that particular wave there that's bouncing off the glass, we don't really care about, because it actually might diffract anyway. It might go off here. It might diffract, and it might go, you know, kind of in this direction, whatever direction it decides to pick. But the problem is going to be, or not the problem, but the idea is that when this first point source hits the surface of this glass mirror, that surface portion is going to get reflected back to the point source. And when I watched one of the videos, some of these so-called engineers setting up their little circuit, they used this as a way to align the point source to the mirror. And when we have garbage like this, we usually just go ahead and we grab the information like so, and then we do another little thing over here. We do this here, and then we just go ahead and do that right there. We take this effing a-holes number and we go ahead and report the channel, and we just say, well, it's a chat message, yep, and then we say it's spam bot, yep, okay, and then we go ahead and put down bot. Actually, is that viewership tampering? I'm not sure what it was he said. Let me go back and find out exactly what it, well, I don't know. Let's just put bot. And then the report has been submitted and the person has been now blocked. Wow, he sent two and two at the same time. So now I gotta do this asshole's fucking name too. Let's see what it was he tried to send to, what garbage is it? Streamboo? Yep, Streamboo. Alright. God damn it, I don't know why they can't delete that fucking channel called Streamboo, you know? Seriously, why? This has been going on for well over a year, and you mean to tell me that they cannot do anything about this Streamboo effing bullshit? I mean, seriously, you know? It's ridiculous. It's sickening. One right after the other. Huh. The channel was already deleted. I couldn't even ban him because it was already deleted. Alright, anyway, enough of that garbage. So getting back to what I was talking about, they use the surface of the mirror to align the point source perpendicular to the mirror. Not necessarily like if you'd want to do that or not. Now, I've learned something about the slit experiment, and as a matter of fact, is what I'm probably going to do. So I'm going to have a setup like this point source right here. Is going to be translational. like so. And the point source could also be just a beam, like a laser beam. So like what I'd probably do is I'd take a laser, I'd use a laser and use it to set up my mirrors and lenses and stuff. That way, my source has a better chance of sending out good signals. I think that's all I wanted to talk about regarding the mirror and the lens and that kind of thing. Now we can go ahead and get rid of that. And we are back to the ray creation page. So you can put mirrors and lenses and all kinds of stuff here. But the first thing I want to do actually let's take the green source and let me change that color to a low color that can be seen. It's like, well, it's really kind of hard to see it as blue. And then the red one's like already maxed out, I think. It goes kind of dim. So what we're going to do is we're going to move these sources around. And there's a setting where you've got to have simulate colors and correct brightness on, and that will allow whatever it is that you need to do. Let's go ahead and take the light source and let's bring the brightness up. Let's bring it up to 0.5. That way we can see them a little better. And I don't know, like, if I can actually put them on top of each other. I probably could. What you can actually do is you can zoom in here. Oops, that one I want to delete. I made a boo-boo. So you can right-click on this. No, you can't. I'll just go garbage it out like that. I wanted to move the web page, but let's X out of that. Maybe I can. Oh shit, it doesn't work. Alright, we're going to grab this and attempt to put it. We'll put it a little bit off kilter, looking at the lines way up at the top. We've got a red line and a blue line. I don't know if there's a way to actually tell which is which there. Now I'm wondering, we don't want to mirror, there's more tools. We don't want that. We've got glass. There's nothing there. We've got a blocker, a line blocker. A line segment light blocker which absorbs the incident rays. Alright, so we're going to grab a line blocker and let's put it, well, it doesn't really tell you how long it is. It doesn't really matter how long it is. Try to get it as perpendicular as possible. I'm going to make another one. Now let's see if we can move this. Alright, now we've got our two waves coming out through here. But see, this is not going to simulate the two-slit experiment, I don't think. Because it's not even going to see the interference patterns. So, let's go ahead and let's go ahead and delete these. Let's delete this one. And let's move, we can change the ray trace to make it more, you know, well defined, that kind of thing, if we need to. Or we can move this in close. So the closer, well, of course, the size of this. I was hoping for a diffraction. Let's go ahead and get a flat mirror. What's a glass, half plane, circular, ideal lens, no, spherical lens, no. We have to go with the mirror, flat mirror. We'll put a flat mirror in here. I'll center it as much as I can. Then I'm going to tilt it at let's go for a 30-degree angle. So the mirror tilted at 30 degrees is the same thing as taking the light source and moving it down 30 degrees. This is just an easier way to do it. Now we've got light source, mirror. Let's build another one. And then we're going to rotate this around. Well, I guess it doesn't matter. So it's about the same size as this one. Let's move it back a little. Make sure that we catch all of the rays. And we're going to take the second one, we'll have it parallel to the first one. So it'll be off at a 30-degree angle, like that. And then we can move this. Let's bring this up a little bit here. So what we're doing is we're creating our own interference pattern. As an example. Now we're going to take this and see what happens here. This does the entire it's not the interference pattern I'd hope for. Probably not going to get. That's okay. let's take, what is this? It's a glass half plane, but I don't know what that is. Yeah, I can't tell. Oh, maybe so what I need to do, let's do a glass spherical lens, and we'll just put, oh, that's really not what I want. Okay, this might actually work. See where the red beam and the blue beams kind of go where they're supposed to go down there? It's a little bit, oh shit, I don't know what I did there. I added another one, is what happened. I want to be able to move this. Just grab the side of it, okay. Let's take the beams, let's take the first set of beams over here. Tip it the way I want. So remember I was talking about the reflections off the surface of the mirror, using it as a way to point to the source and line it up with the source. So the problem here is that the source is not coming in at a straight angle. So what I'm going to do is we'll move this up here. We just kind of keep this same configuration. Just kind of throw it up here a little bit. And it's just going to sit up there and rotate. So we want to put this one, that's a little bit large. Screwed that up, didn't I? I think when it's down there at the bottom, that shows the correctness of the reflections, because they look like they're kind of the same. So now, unfortunately, I cannot see you can see the reflections down at the bottom in that dark space. So like if this wasn't there, there would be a reflection coming right straight back to the mirror, and that's how you could line it up. But then of course you've got a bunch of other reflections in there. Well, you would do it with a laser. You wouldn't do it with this, would you? You'd do it with a laser. It might show up better with a laser. But I want to show you something else here, and that's called chromatic aberration. And so this lens, you can see that the blue colors coming out of the lens and the red colors don't line up. They don't line up. And the focal point, you know, the focal points of the different colors are different. That's called your aboriginal problem, aberration problem. There might be a certain type of lens where you can adjust this. Now what you can do is you have this regular lens. Now I screwed it up again, didn't I? Alright, now we're gonna grab another lens and we will put it over here. And then I just realized, let's see, we don't want to listen to that. Let's see. So what we're going to build is this negative refractive index lens. Wait, that's not it though. Yeah, it's got a flat top to it. Maybe this is a bit narrower. This is a lot deeper right here. I'm going to build a lens like this. Then we're going to take this lens and we're going to match it up to this one. Not very well, I might add. See, when I change that, it changes the front of it. Just getting there. Trying to simulate a lens that has the focal points of the red and blue at the same location. But that's not going to happen. This is really not what I don't want to get into that aspect of it. So I was just kind of pointing that out. You know, there's this situation. I don't know if they have I don't think they have a chromatic setup. So let's try to build something. Oopsie daisy. We'll get rid of that. And what we're gonna do is we get rid of that one. That's weird. This is just a mirror. Let's see. Oh, that's really sensitive down there. This mirror here is very sensitive. Whereas this one, I can move this one easy. But to get those lines to be perpendicular to the one at the top, that's the most sensitive mirror. Now let's add another mirror. Okay, I don't know why this one at the top is reflecting off at 45 degrees. That's a problem. That shouldn't be there. Why is that there? Oh, I know why it's there. Because it's picking off the other. I may have to change the light source, but I don't want to do that. Or you know what I could do? Wait. Oh. We're going to use a beam light source. We might have to make this. This one. This one. Now this one we want right here. Yeah, I can't get that the way I want. I mean, that's as straight as I can get it. Oh, you know what's happening? What it's telling me? It's telling me that this beam that's on the top is not getting reflected back out to this second beam over here. So the beam goes, the original beam goes to the two beams on the side. One of them comes back and goes down there, the other one goes up straight. Okay, so let's see if, well, we take this one. See, I'm not going to be able to line that up. That can be lined up, but it's just not going to work for me. Now, let's see what we've got here. Material with a custom refractive index. So by moving this circular item back and forth near the second mirror, I'm actually combining the red and yellow. The red and yellow are going back in and they're coming back out. Sort of parallel. Whereas if I move, shit. If I move them. I mean, that's parallel. But this item represents a material. And I can move it back and forth close to the mirror. And I can combine the colors. Now if I go further away from the mirror and get close to the other mirror, they're split apart. They combine here. But down at the bottom, at the bottom, I can see the change between the blue. The red and the yellow are reversed. The red and blue are reversed. It's kind of weird. Yeah, they're reversed over there. If I go over here, where's the blue one? I don't know where the blue one is. The blue shifts back over here. Yeah, it sure does. Unless if I have, so if I had this, let's say if I had, let's say if I had this here. And then we add a spherical lens. There's the blue line. There it is, right there. Where's the red one, though? There it is, right there. Right there. So I could put a lens at the mirror and the object towards this other mirror, and the colors will revert back to their original, providing there's so theoretically there's translucent light going through that crystal, which is after the beam splitter, and it's got to go through a lens. And then it reflects off the mirror and comes back. Oh my gosh, that's the way it is, right there. You gotta have a lens and you've gotta have the object. Excuse me. So the part with the lens is going to be very sensitive. Oh, shit. I think I swallowed some air. Let's see what happens when I change the lines here. So, what's going on with my music here? So, like I said, this is the object under study. Now, if I click on that, I'm assuming that's the origin. Just for kicks, let me grab another lens. No, let me grab a grin circle. How come it's not telling me? Where is, let me go ahead and get rid of this. I'm going to go to more tools. I want to grab, oh, I need to do something else with this crap. Alright, so, wait, I'll just put that there, just get rid of this. So what I gotta do, is we've gotta move this in here, like so. Move the lens, probably like about here somewhere. I think it has to be a little bit longer. So this could be simulating light going through a slit with all of the colors. The lens, I don't understand about the lens unless I'm missing something. Let me take this spherical object. We'll move this. Okay. It didn't matter. It reverses the polarity of the red and yellow when it goes back, and it sets them back. It doesn't tell you that in the Michelson-Morley experiment. Well, I mean, they're using only one color, so they don't care, right? However, you could have other colors in there, and those other colors are going to add noise to the equation. Oh my God, some other. What the fuck is going on here? Yeah, I got rid of that asshole. So the lens reverses the red and blue so that it makes it look like the same colors going from the top of the mirror. Now, there's a whole reason for this. Is because when you get down to the bottom, you're going to have a box down here. I wonder if we can. Oh, there's an aperture. That's like a diffraction grating, isn't it? You know what else I noticed? So I'm just simulating. It's a little bit messed up, you know. See, this here is really, 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 really sensitive, which I don't like. If we take this and put it back in here, that doesn't really do anything. Now what happens if I put in the aperture? How do I move it? Yeah, that the aperture is history. What happens if I put? So the diffraction grating. Well, we could try it. Let's see what the hell it. Yeah, that's a whole different story. think the only thing I'm going to learn tonight is the fact that that lens. So I learned about this lens. Now I wanted to do something else, which is not going to show up here. If I take this guy and trash it, and then we put in the beam splitter, and then we're going to move the beam splitter here. This is going to be at a 45-degree angle. Yeah, like that right there. Now what's going to happen when I move this? It's got to be like right on top of that lens, huh? And it's going to split this wider. I got to have the lens because of the reflective. Oh, wait, it hasn't come back yet, has it? Oh, you know what? I can't rotate this sideways. Radii of curvature, focal distance. I need to. Oh, wait, I got an idea. Oh shit, it's not gonna work. I can't rotate this. Well, shit. So, well, you got a beam splitter. It's kind of doing the same thing on the right hand side in that. So if I take this lens, oh come on, you stupid idiot. If I take this lens, we can get a focal point, which is out there. And that focal point needs to be like this total distance needs to be a certain length of that other mirror up there. center this on the focal point here, just to give you an idea of what I'm doing. Now there's a beam crossover, but that can be adjusted. I don't know how the lens is crossing those colors in the center because something's missing there. Something is missing. Anyway, I've got the right idea. That's close enough. I don't know what to do about this first one. This first one is screwed up big time. It needs a lens in there. And I gotta turn the lens and I can't. Maybe I could do an ideal lens. Is that the focal point? I think that's a focal point. I don't know. I don't know. What about the circle? I could put a circle in here. Don't act like my lens. It's gotta be. I'm not gonna get it that close, am I? We have to be behind this lens. Oh, I don't know how the hell it would be. So I would have a blocker. I don't think I need one down here, but a blocker to block those reflections. Oh, there's a reflection coming back off of this lens. But I don't. Okay. This has to have a blocker. this has to have a blocker all the way up to here to prevent interference from, so probably this has to have a blocker over here. And then I'm just making a bold assumption and saying this one should have one too. Now we don't have the reflections coming back in yet. So we're going to grab another mirror. And we'll just make it over here. Let's play. So this circle probably represents a lens that's closer to the mirror. I really don't like to use lenses. Lenses add noise to the signal. But I didn't know this was going to happen to the mirrors. I didn't, because if you point the laser right at the middle, oh, it's fine. You're using one. You can pick a light source that is most sensitive to the product that you're trying to analyze. Which in this case would be, it would have to be over here. So if we make another circle, I'll just put it down here like this. And then we move this. This damn thing's in the way up here. There's a focal point there. Yeah, so if we put it in the center, it's reversing. Let's see what happens when we put the mirror. Let's see, I can move this to combine those focal points up there. Let's put a mirror in. This is my light section of the Now what I'll have to do, most definitely, well that blocks, it's a light blocker. I can't tell where. Right, it's reflecting, oh, it's reflecting light back through that lens. Would that be a beam splitter? That's gonna send. Yeah, I need the light coming from the left. That's not gonna work. It's reflecting. Oh, it's doing something I don't want it to do. Fuck. It's reflecting it back through the lens. If I use it, why can't I use a beam splitter up there? So the light reflects. Let me think. The light reflects, but it doesn't reflect back. This is a bit of a problem because I need to calibrate the source beam. And the distance between the first mirror and the total distance of the lines below have to be equal. They have to be the same distance. I can see that part. I can see the lines going up from the second mirror up to the top, going to the third mirror and back down to the bottom. There's something wrong here because, well, let me go to, gonna sneeze. I didn't know. See, I didn't know I was gonna run into this problem. I don't think this problem exists. There's something in here. Oh, this is not what I want. There's something about reflections. I don't think there are reflections there. Okay, this is at a 45-degree angle. No, I don't want to do that. I don't want to change that angle because if I do, it's not going to be linear. I want equal distances between the mirrors. If that's at 45 degrees, there's no way a light beam is going to go through that mirror and bounce back. See, here it doesn't bounce back. Oh! Oh! Wait. Hold the fort. This is a beam splitter. Wait, what is this? Yes, no, wait, yes, that is a beam splitter. But that wave, oh, the wave is actually going through the bottom. Let's say if I block that first section to calibrate the beam. But then when I let go, it's going to send another signal back through the top, and both of those signals are going to go, they're going to end up in that top corner. That's not what I want. Can I turn this beam splitter in the opposite direction? Where's the other wave going? Oh, that's not right. Fuck. It's a little bit off kilter. That's not supposed to be going through there. What if I polarize the light? it doesn't matter. I could block, if I block the light. I'm having a brain fart now. Hello? Can you hear me now? I'm having a brain fart, I said. If I use a splitter, do I need to use a splitter? Can I just use a mirror and flip the mirror? Can I use a mirror and oh, you see what happens here? With the beam splitter, that line goes through there. I wanted to calibrate the total distance of the wave has to be so like if these lines combine up here, something's happened. Something's fucked up here. I don't know if I need this lens yet. If I want blue to come back to the bottom, because this is split, but if I put a lens in there, you know, maybe I can bring it back. Let's drop this mirror, put this one in here. These are supposed to be equidistant. Now, if there's a lens in there, what does that do? Lens really doesn't do anything. Oh, look. What does the lens do? It doesn't really... It doesn't do anything because there's a focal point there already. So the mirror is reversing the phase of the red and yellow. Which, to be honest with you, I didn't think about that. But now I know it because I've got this program online. It's like saving, this is literally saving my butt here. And just out of curiosity, let me see something here. Yeah, good. So let me see if I can think about this. I've got blue is on the bottom going in. That's at a focal point. I wonder if I move. I'm supposed to. No, the focal point is to bring the colors together. So that's a very small mirror. Then the colors are going to split apart. On the first translation, blue is on the bottom still. When it goes up there, now it's on the top. When it comes back down, it's going to be on the bottom. And when it gets reflected, it's going to end up being on the top, which I can't have. Meaning, if I take this mirror, if I... Oh, shit. This is at a focal point like it's supposed to be. This one... This one's going to end up taking... It's going to end up reflecting everything back through the system. I don't want that. I think the only way to avoid it is to put a mirror in there. But I need this signal to go. So I calibrate. If I calibrate, and I can't have a mirror because the mirror's got to go. Oh, fucking hell. What if I drop the mirror, calibrate? If I drop the mirror and calibrate, I don't have to deal with that shit on the top. That's too much, right? So what if I take... What if I take this out, replace this... I'm gonna place this with a mirror. No, it's not going to be a mirror. The mirror's not even going to be in there. Why is there a phase reversal? I'm thinking it because... No, this is supposed to be... this. Okay, see how... This is phase reversing the color, because when I put this mirror, if I put the mirror here directly, it's when I go back to the beam splitter, it's going to be wrong. But if I go through this and it goes back into the beam splitter, the phase color is going to be correct. And it's just such a pain in the ass to get that to line up. It doesn't look like it is, though, does it? Well, you watch what happens here. Something's not... Something... Oh, it's taking... Oh, shit. Oh shit, this is not working. Oh my fucking god, this isn't working. This is not doing what I wanted it to do. I wanted the wave to come from the top mirror down to the beam splitter and go right. But it's not doing that. It's going up and then it's going straight back down. Fuck. That's not what I want. So the original beam goes to the top, down through the bottom, and it goes straight through over to the other one, the original beam. So if I deflect, oh, it is working then. If I deflect this, the blue is seeing the original beam going straight through and back down through the bottom without the aid of a lens. Can't verify that looks like it's red, not blue. You see that? No, it's reflecting the blue correctly. It's just that the red one, oh, it is correct. It's absolutely correct. Now, let me grab a lens. One of these represents an object. That is definitely phase reversing. So like this would be an object. And then the lens is supposed to give me a focal point and send the blue back down to the bottom. There it is right there. There it is. It's right there. I can see it. Am I hearing something? So this whole section, so then what's going to happen if I remove this? You know what? Yeah, but there's two beams, and it's the lens. Now in this case, if I move it over, the blue's on the top. If I take this guy. Oh, that's interesting. The phase is still the same, yeah? No, it actually switches. But then when I go back here, it comes back the way it came. Which is kind of weird. I think that's a better setup. Actually, as a matter of fact, what happens if I move this? I should have a collimator. So, if I use this as the calibration source, it's using the source, it's not using the mirror. So you can still calibrate this, because that's the whole design of the interferometer. That's simple. Now, I think I'm going to take a picture of this with my phone. Oh, no, actually, I could go ahead and just snap a picture of it right here. And then I'll go into pictures, we go into Lightwave. Open this with paint. File, new. And then all I gotta do is go Control V, and then I can crop this setup. Let's see here. I don't need to do that whole other section. Crop, file, save as. Lightwave 4. Shit. Lightwave 4 Light 1. And now what I can do is I can bring up paint or not. His paint, right? Just fix this up a little here. Now what I'll do is I'm going to go to my text. And we use yellow, and we're going to type in then we'll take a green arrow. Actually, better yet, before I do that, let's go ahead and we'll get rid of this garbage here. The music kind of. I was trying to do some research earlier, listening to talks about particles and waves and shit like that. Oh my god, it guy put me to sleep. All them videos, it's put me right to freaking sleep, you know? I mean, really. So actually, where is my freehand? And I'll use light green, and we'll use a lighter. Oh, that's a small one. So that denotes that all three of those are adjustable. And we can do a triangle and make it here. So this would be like that's a delta, and then the orange. I'm gonna do this. This is gonna be. So this is delta X. This one is in red. This is delta Y. That should be a little bit closer. And then we have God in heaven. Yeah, I could do it this way. Oh, actually, you know what I could have done? We got this, and then we'll have another text here. Let's put equals. So delta X equals delta Y, down to like micrometers. I mean, that adjustment is so sensitive. And then down at the bottom, you would have yellow. You'd have your lens down here. This is your detector, And then you just go here, we just do this, let's say, detector cam, etc., whatever. File, save. So you move that back. This is really a lot more simpler than I thought it was going to be. So that's a basic setup. So let me go back and let's go back and go onto the program again. Oh, it was there, wasn't it? Oh, this isn't this one. Actually, let me save this. Let's save this as LW reflect. And then the other one. Yeah, it does show up, okay. So let me go back to here. So now we've got these blockers in here that don't need to be here. Let's remove the blockers. Actually, I want to save those two mirrors. Let's get rid of this. Get rid of that. This is a beam splitter, I think. That's a mirror. That's the beam splitter. Okay. Not this one, get rid of that. So now we've got another situation. Let's take this mirror. I'm gonna make this a little bigger. And we'll take this one. It's just gotta disappear, this thing. You know what I gotta do? Alright, so let's grab this mirror. Let's make this fairly long. We'll put it out here. We're gonna take this. What is going on here? Something doesn't look kosher. See that red beam? Oh, there's a red beam reflecting off of this. Why is that? Let's make this a little smaller. There we go. There, I think that's right. So the reflected beam goes to the object and it goes to the lens. If you remove the object, the object has to be tuned. So this object, this could be some of my objects have reflective properties. And some of them have translucent properties. So for all sakes of assumption, let's assume that it's translucent, and we've got the mirror and it sends it back to the lens. And what do we even need the lens? I mean, it seems to, you know, it seems to help. You don't need the lens. You could put, you know, you could move this object back and forth. So this lens could be optional. And it could be translational and whatever. Okay, so that's like, that thing's gonna have all kinds of movement on it. Same thing with it. So now what if I have a reflective surface as a test subject? Because most of this stuff is translucent. If I take them both out, it calibrates that distance. But now if I use a reflective property, so I think it would be, let's take this out. We'll just throw it over here somewhere. We're gonna grab a mirror. I'm gonna grab two mirrors. So this one would have to be, yeah, see that? So this would have to be here to reflect the red, and in, you know, all of the colors from red to the middle of the, oh shit, that's not gonna work, is it? I don't know if it'd catch all the colors unless this was a pretty good sized mirror. And this one, is it gonna bounce off the mirror or the lens? I think what I have to do is I have to take this mirror. What if I do a 45, like so, at the focal point, and then do another 45 up here. Where's the red one? No, this one's not right, because this is a focal point. this is like fucking impossible to do here. Wait, why am I using a... I don't know. I don't know what the hell is going on here, because it's not reflecting... It's right there on the focal point. Like, what the hell? Why does it split? We need a blocker. I think I need... There's supposed to be a lens in here, I think. That way you can put the mirror in and reflect it back. Or not. Where the hell is the red wave? The fuck? Oh, it's reflecting it back onto that other mirror. This is a disaster. Why? This is a disaster. I don't know what the fuck is going on here. There's gotta be a lens in there. There's just no way around it, you know? There's gotta be a lens here. And then that way... Wait. It's gotta be here. I see a focal point. Oh, this line's coming, it's bleeding through. That is so weird. Like, what the hell? Where the hell is the blue line? It's reflecting back through this damn circle here. Oh, this is just freaking crazy. I don't know what the fuck's going on. I can't do anything. I can't do anything. This isn't right. This is like fucking stupid here. Why the red and white are shifted so much? Let's see what happens. I want to see something. could imagine these as higher frequencies, maybe. I don't know. This is weird. Let's see. What if I did this here? Okay, now that might work if I could grab a lens and put it here. Like I got a lens down here and a lens up here. Have a focal point. Uh-oh. Do I use the by? What am I doing? I forgot what the hell I was doing. Oh, I was doing reflective surface. That's what I was doing. So I'm bouncing the light onto the reflective surface first, which now is the bottom. And then it has to hit a mirror to go back into the other reflective mirror. Well, that would be a beam splitter? If we put a beam splitter, it just goes up and straight down. But the original is still gonna go through that damn bottom mirror. That's the only way to do it, isn't it? There's some annoying things happening here. Now see, now I've got a fucking wave coming through here. You know, I think the beam splitter has a better reflective property. So I've got forward light coming through here. Now if we grab this mirror and put it away. You know, I'm almost having a freaking deja vu. It's fucking crazy. You know, putting this lens in here really fucks things up. It adds reflections and all kinds of shit. If I leave the lens out, put the beam splitter in. Oh, where the hell is the object? Oh, the object is up at the top. Okay, so that total distance between the mirror, the first mirror, and the beam splitter equals the total distance between the beam splitter, the second beam splitter, up to the reflective object, back to the mirror. And the reflective object could be another mirror to calibrate it. But the only problem now is I've got, instead of one beam going to that first mirror, now I'm going to have two beams. If I come out of the beam splitter in the back and use a polarizer, let's say I use a polarizer that's all the way clockwise on the back end. After I reflect, if I use completely negative polarization, it should cancel. No, because it'll cancel going through. There's no way. And that's going to bounce back off onto the object. So I'm going to have a double reflection that's not going to be centered at all. Oh, fucking God. If I use a straight mirror, I can't get back to the beam splitter. Unless, let's see, if I take the beam splitter out, put the mirror back in, what if I dropped? No, I can't drop this one because it's coming out flat. I can't drop it down through there because I'm going to have an interference pattern. They've got to be parallel, you know? It's like forcing that beam splitter in there. If I use a beam splitter, I've got one set of original signals here. What if I use the blocker? I calibrate. This mirror is going to bounce back into here. It's going to reflect. There's another beam splitter. No. Can I use the beam splitter and turn it around? Can I take this mirror and turn it around? No, I can't. What about the beam splitter, though? It's supposed to be like this. It's reflecting off of there. If I wanted it to reflect off of here. I don't know. Cause it's seeing these other beams. It's coming in through here straight. It's seeing this one focused. I don't fucking know. So if I use the beam splitter, go through no. So there, go through the object there. I go through the object down at the. No, that is the object. It's the reflective. This is the reflective. It's going to send the original signal. There's going to be. Wait a minute. What if I did this? What if I send it back through the beam splitter? If I send it back through the beam splitter, this is the reflective object. This is the reflective object. Now, this will have to be shorter. It will have to be like half of that distance there. This would be, get this out of the way. This would be half that distance here. So that distance has to equal that plus that plus that. But it's multiple wavelengths anyway. It doesn't really matter. Can use a mirror. What if I just use a mirror? What if I go from here up to the reflective object, back down to the mirror and over here? I don't need this. This is the reflective object right here. So I can go back up to here, halfway, replace this with a mirror, and the reflective colors are the same. So I got this distance here, and then I've got half of that distance plus half of this distance here. So those two distances are equal. And then whatever comes out here, the detector is like down here somewhere. Oh, I could take a picture of this. And this is there we go. Here. And then we'll crop this. Oh shit. What did I do? I screwed something up. Let's see, go A. You can't really. Can I go back and go to paint? Yes, I can. Right. So we go to yellow. And then, so like right here, this is going to be oh shit. Reflective object. Of course I would spell it wrong. Reflective object. And then what I could do is I could do red here. Let's see. So we're going to call this. We'll call this small a. This is going to be B. And this one will be C. And then we'll type down here A plus B equals C. Oops, that's not right. A equals B plus C. Oh my God in heaven. B plus C. And then down here again is our detector. And then we'll do another one. We'll just say use mirror to calibrate. I'll go over here and we'll just draw a line. And I'll draw another yellow line here. Something like that. You get the idea. So this is an interferometer, and I figured out how to get an object under test, a reflective object under test. So this would be file, save as L-Wave Reflect 2. Uh-oh. What the fuck? It's supposed to be a JPG. File, save as JPG. Where's my L-Wave Reflect? Now let me open. That's not the one. L-Wave 4. No, that's not it. What the hell? Didn't I take a picture of the other one? Shit, I may not have. I thought it was L-Wave. L-Wave. L-Wave Light 1. Yeah, this one. So, this one is the translucent object where the light passes through it. There is going to be light that reflects off of the translucent object, but I'm more interested in that part of it. So let's go back here. I'll grab this, take this off. Now we've got another situation. As if that wasn't enough. So say we know this is an object under test. We've got 7.5 inches on either side, and I need another object under test. And that object under test is the side of the wall. So, what I would do is, like, let's say if this is 7.5 inches, from here to here, I gotta move this up to here. No, that's the side of the wall. Wait, don't I? If I go up here, the object under test is gonna be too far away. It's not gonna be centered, it's gonna be off at a harmonic. Unless if I use the first one, then I have to oh, wait. So the wave comes in from left to right, it goes up, and then it goes straight out. I'd have to put a mirror surface, which I do have, and I can do it. I'd have to put it. I can't do it because. Oh no! If I get rid of that completely, so if I get rid of this altogether, and now this part up here is the wall. The only other wall I've got is down here. Now that's going to set up a laser situation. But that beam that comes back out here, you know, it is reflecting off of that beam splitter, but it's not as intense there's a reflection there. And then we grab, oh, we just take the picture. We take the picture. We go back to MS Paint. File, new. And then we go over here. Now this is where it gets interesting. This is where it gets interesting. I could just crop that. Let's make a yellow circle over here. I didn't put down. Let's make, what is this? Brown, red. Looks like brown. Like this. Straight line. Now it doesn't really show me the actual blocker, but we'll do that, and we'll go back here. And we'll just do this here. To show that that line's being blocked. This is almost scary right here, this part, because this gets into more of the intricacies of what I'm doing, which you have absolutely no idea about, but I do. So now those waves they bounce back. No, that one on the bottom. The one on the bottom, I don't know if it goes to the top. Is there a way to figure that out? I don't think it goes to the top. I don't know if it goes to the top. I don't know if the line, I don't think the line goes through the top from the bottom. Yeah, see that? Oh, yes, it does. It does go through it. There it is, right there. It's just a lighter version of it. So, both of the light beams go through that splitter. Now we've got two reflective surfaces, and we've got a detector on the end. And let's remove this, just out of curiosity. And let's remove, no wait, what do I do with that? Like so. Now let's see what happens here. It says some of the beams don't go through the slit, but oh, some of those, no, that's just being absorbed. the blue is intersecting with the red. Wait, something's wrong here. Yeah, that's interesting. The color, all the colors are gonna mix, unless if there's one color and they're at right angles to each other. They're at right angles to the blue one. I mean, you can't put a polarizer in there. The red and the blue. Oh, you know what? Even though I think they cancel coming out the other end. Now, let me think about this. This is where my abstract brain needs to figure something out. And what it needs to figure out is on the top and the bottom, there exists front surface aluminum plating, which is highly reflective. And the waves bounce back and forth to each other. So they act like mirrors. The original beam up at the top is going to be very powerful. I wonder if I could put a polarizer I don't know what that would do, you know. If I put opposite polarizers on either end, it's just going to cancel. It doesn't matter. There's filters. Obviously, there's filters. There's filters going into that circuit. So if I go back to my illustrious drawing here, and we just do like a blue and a circle. No, that should be like a yellow. So here, and then filters, polarizers, etc. I don't know about on the top because it's going to have a weak signal going up at the top. But eventually what's going to happen, so if I do like a white line, and we'll do like a freehand line, well, let's do, let me do this, and do this, and we'll do it down here at the bottom, which is too big. And we'll say that the unfiltered is white, and we'll use this, and we'll say according to the bell curve or whatever. We got this white light coming in, okay? And we want to filter it. We discover something, and we discover that there's something on the yellow band. And so what we do with this filter is we filter out the source is going to be yellow, all right? But I'm afraid, like if I put in, let's say we discover something, let's say there's something yellow in here. Where is this? Okay, so let's say that we've got down over here. Let's say it's over here, and it didn't work out very well. Why the fuck didn't it work? Okay, we've discovered a signal, and it's coming from here. We don't really know where it's coming from. We make an assumption and say it's here, and then it comes out over here like this, all right? But what also comes out is the blue. Well, actually, no, it doesn't, because the filter could be blue. Actually, this is going to be yellow. But what the problem is that if we filter this out, we could lose the signal instead of actually, you know, you would think that would happen, you know? You wouldn't think that would happen. So this is all yellow, all the way down the line. And now you've got a more intense yellow beam going through here. But how would you discover something in the first place? You know? You just have the ability to change the filter outside of the slit, which is another thing, which I can't seem to duplicate. This is untitled. This is L-Wave Reflect 3. Like, what else? I mean, wait just a minute now. This isn't right. What if we have the polarizers what if we add another light at the source? What if we do like we got a yellow light at the source, let's see. We got the yellow light at the source here. And let's say, well, it says it's yellow. I did that wrong. Fuck. Let's do this. And let's do this. We can see the yellow and the blue, yellow and the red. So yellow, red, blue, whatever. All right, and let's say that it's a yellow wave, and then we do a yellow. Would have to be. We don't have a yellow source. All we have is a white source. So if we take a mirror. If we do a beam splitter. How the fuck does it go? It goes in. Down. I think. I don't know if this is correct or not. I do. So you have no idea what I'm doing. I know exactly what I'm doing here. Now we go back here. Now this is our yellow source. I'll just use a straight line. So, you've got the all white source going through. And it's being filtered. Now you have another yellow source that's going to go in and mix with, which really doesn't make any sense because you've already filtered. No, maybe you don't filter that. The filter's down at the bottom. It's not this red, it's not this yellow one. This doesn't, I mean, it's an option, but the yellow filter has to be at the bottom. Because the yellow filter is mixing with the all white source. I think that's right. Yeah, depending on what the color is. Example. Okay. Yellow source is actually white, but filtered and variable and frequency. Now how would you change the color of the light by changing the frequency? All of the LEDs and everything are at a fixed frequency. So how would you do that? So what you would do, you've got a yellow filter. Wait a minute, this is coming to me. I know how to do this. I'll just take this whole thing out. Okay, so you've got a white source. White source. And then you've got another, like this mirrors, this is not in the right place. Okay, wait, I gotta do this again, you wait. Is this coming through here? I think so, yeah. Let me get rid of this. So the white source, could put it like here. And what we want is we'll use this, and this line, and this, and we're gonna do this right here. Filter. Now I don't know where the diffraction fading goes. Let me think about this now. So, all right, so let me type this in. And we'll put this down here. Diffraction, grading, now you could put the filter, okay, actually, damn it. So you got a tunable diffraction grading, but there's a filter has to go in there somewhere. So let's do a circle with a smaller line, and we use yellow, and we could put one here, or you could put one here. Grab a bigger line. And then back over here, and we'll put this in green. Don't know which is best. yellow, filter, before or after the grading. Okay, so now we're gonna, this is what we're gonna write up here. We're gonna go over here. We're gonna write down in green the tunable grading acts as the filtered light wave tuner. And coadds with the main white source. Somewhere in there, there has to be a slit. The slit is supposed to come before the diffraction grading. So that would be like, brown, a line, number 2. The slit has to be before the diffraction grading, so and then, okay, and then we could do another A, and right down here we could type slit. Now, I don't see why I couldn't have a slit at the beginning. But, so, the light comes in, there's supposed to be a slit at the beginning. I think there's a slit at the beginning. But then there would have to be the diffraction grading for the main source as well. I have to put that on the inside of the enclosure. That takes some thought. Yeah, I think so. I think. Okay, how about option inside tunable white source. Okay, so the white source. Okay, so let's put down white, and then we go tunable grading white source and grading for main source optional after entry slit. Filters, wait, let's do that in yellow. Filters after slit before optional grading. Before main grading inside. So we're going to save this, and then I'm going to open I don't know which one it is here. I think it's this one. So if we look at this as kind of the setup, if we look at a top-down view, let's make a white box. Let's make a black box and get rid of this garbage here. We're going to do a brown. We'll use a rectangle. That's going to be this. The slit has to be here. The source so let's make it a triangle. The source is over here. The source comes through here. Hits the diffraction grating. Now, where's that optional filter? If it seems like the optional filter is going to be after the grading. Or would you put it in front of the grading? I don't know. Let's see here. One of the locations for the filter is going to be better. Let's just make this, make that a blue wave. Red. Supposed to be this color. What the hell color is that? Grading, and then filters, one of which offers less, one of which removes more noise. So we run a test where, and then you've got, another mirror. Let's say we'll use yellow. And now we've got this. Make that blue. And that's our source. I'll just do like a big ass arrow here. That's our entry source. And that entry source has to be in the middle. So that whole thing should have been slid up more so that this entry source is in the middle. Oh shit. I wonder if I can. You know what I think I'm gonna do? I want to can this music. See. Blue, red, entry, blue, red, diffracted, or white, entry, and in center. And then we'll do another text in brown. Entry slit is high and off center high and off center to allow entry entry source to be centered. To be centered. Centered. All right, so then I can save this as the same file. And that's a top view, and I could put, let's see, top view here. Top view. All right. So I've gone through reflective surfaces. I've gone through the slit entry point. I've gone through translational axis of the entry to the slit and the other elements of those filters to be co-added. And then we could do like, wait, I could do the little triangle here, but I don't know if I can rotate that. Let's see. White line. That's the beam splitter. And then yellow. And then green. And then white. This is the white source, and that's here. And then the yellow filters. Bring that white yellow line down a little further. You get the idea. So it's right in there. It's that other. So it's save. So that's my coad. I don't know if I can type that in there or not. I could type it in yellow. Coad CW. That's going to be at the top. The grading's going to come off at the top. I got to put a filter. I got to put two filters in there. Another mirror. Then you've got the co-added stuff. All right, so that's saved. And then if we open up the reflective, we'll just run through this again. This one is the reflected object, with the distances correct, and the detectors down here, everything lines up good. Then the other one is the translucent object. Wait, that's not it. Wait, don't look at that. Is it this one? Shit. Maybe it's one. I don't know where the hell it is now. I got reflect 2, spectrum analyzer, Lightwave. Yeah, it's this one. So this is the one where the object is translucent. There's a lens that goes through there, and I would have to have a way to combine all of those, the translucent and the reflective, into one system. So what if I had the lens and I just translate the test, the test object is translated out. Let's do green, dark green, A. Test object is translated out to allow reflective only test. And then we got all that other crap. I'm just gonna throw this in here. Like, it's not the right thing, but I'm just gonna freaking throw this in here. I got green, align, and it could be like this. It actually could be like that. Oh, we've got this one. This is a circle. We've got filter here. I got a filter here. And then we've got another white one. And then we've got a line. And then we've got blue. Well, actually yellow, because this denotes one color. And so what happens is that this one this one is green. And those are filters. This all adds from all of my previous stuff. Oh, I could just do here filters. And this is orange. Filters. And down here, green. Grading. And white. Beam. beam splitter. And then we gotta have another arrow here. Test object is translated out to allow reflective test only. File, save. The lens is put in. What this is gray. I don't know why the hell this is like this. A lens left in after calibration and then we make a round green. It's supposed to be green in there. Like, what the hell? There we go. Object under test. Let's put this arrow in here again. So now I've done the best I can to incorporate everything into all of the setups. Now, if I, this is not the this is the reflective part, I think. No, yes it is actually. It's kind of both, whatever. There's another section of reflective part. So let's see, number one, let's see, A, aluminum mirror glass mirror. And the glass mirror so this is something that I added. So in order to do this, I would have to translate everything over, or no, wait, no, that's not what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna drop the mirror in place of, shit. Yeah, let's get rid of this. Um, and then I gotta put another white section in here. Yeah, that's what I'll do. And then add and remove blockers, and then we'll put in brown down here. Well, actually, I was gonna do another curve down here. This one and this one, and let's see here like this. And go here. Drop blockers. Oops. That's it. That's it. So I've got mirror, I've got aluminum, I've got reflective, two sets of reflective. I've got options for filters for the diffraction grading, I don't know if I have 1 or 2 diffraction gratings. Lenses, I'm only using 1 lens, and I just washed a bunch of lenses, and I've got a whole bunch of lenses that I wanted to wash and clean. And what I was going to do is up here, so these are like, I need a line here. These are filters. And I think I only need lens on one side, I'm guessing. But although there's another one on the other side, which wouldn't make any sense to do 2 of them, you know, because it's going to feed back. I think this is the easiest one. I forgot which one it is now. This is the reflective. Oh, okay, so wow, this might be the easiest one, huh? That's it. I mean, that's got to be a start. And you know what I haven't done? I haven't done the spectrometer. So let's go back to, let's drop this out here and go back here. And I don't know if I can just remove everything. Actually, let's just put this over here. Put our shit over here. For the spectrometer, we don't use an interferometer. We use this. Like, I don't really even have to go through this, honestly, because I already know what I'm doing. On this one, I think the wave just goes right through it. It doesn't reflect off of it. The one I have reflects. Oh, what if I just grab this and move it here? Oh, there we go. Oh shit, there's a detector in here. The fuck? What that shit is. Oh, I guess it could tell. focal points or something. I don't fucking know what that is. I don't like this. This looks fucked up here. Why the hell is it going down that way? I have no fucking idea what this is doing. What the hell is the other thing? Hmm. Yeah, I'm not worried about the spectrometer. This is like, that's it for me. I think the first part was really the most difficult one. And there's two options. There's one where everything is reflected inside of the, once I set it up with the laser, um, and then I throw the light and the diffraction grating, and there's going to be reflections. Every the basic setup looks pretty easy. It turned out easier than I thought it was going to be. I'm pretty happy with this. So then once where the detector is located where the spectrum analyzer is, which is actually on the other side of that beam. So it's almost like, let me see here, file, open, shit. Yeah, wait, let me open, file, open, it's the one with the box. Where the fuck's the one with the box? Because I'm getting a little bit of a headache. But it's okay. I do what I gotta do. I don't know what these damn pictures are. Alright, here it is. Let me go back here. So, here's the deal. The actual stuff comes out the bottom. It comes out the bottom. So that tells me that the detector, in both situations, it comes out the bottom. That means everything has to be rotated counterclockwise 90 degrees. That tells me that the light and the grating and everything has to come out from the bottom of the case. No, the top. It comes out the top. So if we took this picture, I forgot what the hell one it is. That's got some shit in there, huh? Let me see if I can grab. I don't know if you can see that because I gotta take this off. All right, so if we take this picture, I can probably set this up a little better so it's not so damn blaring. So we're going to take this picture right here. I'm going to concentrate on this lower section down here. We're going to rotate this. No, it has to be at the top. There's the top right there. That's the top of the case. So when it comes in, it goes up and down. The parts on the left. Do I mirror this? Is there a mirror? I need a mirror. I need a mirror image. I can't do a mirror. Fuck. Can I do it with paint? This is Lightwave spec in. Lightwave. View. It's not going to let me. It says that the spectrum analyzer data comes out at the bottom. I'd have to put the mirror. I'd have to put a mirror and a lens system at the detector. And focus, I'd have to have, let's say that takes 5 inches. That gives me 10 inches. I've got to have a 10-inch focal length on a lens. Now, how do you determine that with that? So, if normally the slit was going to come out the front. That puts everything at the bottom. And then I'd have to use a mirror, which honestly, I don't have these front surface mirrors. They're fucking expensive. Just a mirror. I mean, you could do it with a mirror, and then you could use the mirror to be able to rotate. No, you can't. The detector is flat surfaced against the bottom section. It can't be at a mirror because if it's got a mirror on it, it'll be skewed. So if that tells me that it has to be at the bottom, but why couldn't I do it on the top? If I mirror image, let's see, if that's at the top, goes down to... fuck me. I gotta rotate this thing because I can't fucking see what I'm doing. That's at the top. Oh, so it actually... No, I can do it that way. I can just reverse the direction of the beam splitter. Problem solved. So it's going in that section, so that's going to go on the top then. Oh, you know what's really funny? Wait. I've got a plate that goes on the top, but yeah, the sections that go on the top are actually kind of narrow. I've got a built-in slit already. And I haven't fabricated the part that actually goes underneath yet. I got a built-in slot already on the top of the case. It's already there. That is... I don't have to worry about doing it on the front now because the source is going to come from the top, which will make everything stand up higher. All right, I solved that problem. And everything else is lateral, it should be the same. Because that's... Oh, shit. Wait, let me think about this. Shit, it's 90... That's a foot across. I'm thinking lengthwise, ain't I? So then, in order to access the mirror section, the reflective section, I'm going to have a shorter distance to deal with, which is going to make it harder to tune. So the beam splitter will be rotated. I could rotate the beam splitter for the reflective and rotate it back for the translucent. And I wouldn't have to move anything. All I got to do is just replace the object under test. So that stuff, that's the sensitive stuff, it's going to be at the end of the computer. One of those has to be adjustable. It has to be the one on the outside. Okay, I got that. The other one, uh-oh. The other one has to be adjustable from the bottom. So that's going to have to use, God. 7.5 inches, and I've got a foot. So that means I have 5 inches on the top before the entry point, and then 7 inches on the other end. was going to use something on the, I'd have to use it on the bottom to turn that screw. It has to be adjustable. And I can't do it laterally because it's not sensitive enough. If I was going to use a gear on the end. Oh God, that means shit. Let me think about this. There's a motor and a gear, but the case sits on the bottom. I can't put a motor on the bottom of it, or how the hell is that even going to work? It has a ring on the front. It stabilizes it, and then you turn the screw in order to move that mirror translationally. So the motor's fixed in place with the gear. And the bottom of the case would have to have a stand on it, just enough to fit the motor gear underneath. Or no, wait, I can put the motor on the side. If I can figure out how to put that, the legs. I mean, the motor's not going to be, it's not that big. But I'd have to have a stand underneath the computer setup. I don't want that. I wanted it flat because I'm going to put insulation under it anyway. Yeah. So I make some lenses. I need front surface mirrors. And I need to find my grading. And that's the end. I think that's pretty much the whole design. And with that, I'll say goodnight.